5 and 3, 2, 1.
Oh, good morning, everyone. So, recognizing a quorum of the commissioners, I call the June 9th, 2022 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held remotely pursuant to Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2022. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and myself, Sarah Kim, Chair, are participating in today's meetings. All votes will be taken today by roll call vote. So we have a variety of items on today's agenda that I will begin by summarizing generally. First, we'll start with opening comments from commissioners, approval of last month's meeting minutes, and a report from the executive director. I anticipate, depending on how long that takes, we will take a brief break at that point. And then we will proceed to staff recommendations. There are 8 recommendations on changes of ownership applications, 16 recommendations on provisional license application, 12 recommendations on final license applications, and 81 recommendations for renewal applications. I say 81 because early this morning or late last night, we had one applicant remove their renewal application. So after the applications, I anticipate taking a lunch break. And then when we come back, we will consider 3 recommendations for responsible vendor training applications, extending 2 COVID-related bulletins and rescinding a guidance document, negotiating 2 memoranda of understanding with one of the bargaining units of the National Association of Government Employees, otherwise known as NAGE or referred to as NAGE. So this will require entering into executive session and then a return to open session to vote on the MOUs. And then at that point, unless there's new business that was not anticipated at the time of the agenda posting, I anticipate we will then adjourn. So with that introduction, I will turn things over to commissioners for any comments and or updates. So commissioners, feel free to jump in, or I can call on you, and I will opt to give my comments last. So who would like to begin? Oh, Commissioner Stebbins.
I'm usually last, Madam Chair, so I'm happy to go first. Now I just want to always thank our CCC team for the great work they did to help prepare for this meeting, always available to help us work through questions and reviewing commission meeting material. Also recognizing that June is Pride Month, I want to acknowledge the help our colleagues at the Mass Supplier Diversity Office, the Mass LGBT Chamber of Commerce, and many other organizations that are working to be a resource for the cannabis industry to help identify potential employees and potential supportive vendors and suppliers. So shout out to those organizations, and obviously tipping our cap to the home team, the Celtics, last night for their impressive win in the NBA Finals. So hopefully we can find 2 more victories to go. Thank you.
Oh, Commissioner Roy.
Keeping with reverse order, so I will go second. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I also echo all of Commissioner Stebbins' sentiments, and I also want to thank the CCC staff for helping to ensure a $3 billion industry is safely, securely, and equitably regulated. I also want to particularly thank Mary Alice and Tara. They always, this month, they helped me to prepare not only for meeting, but for community events that I have been participating in as well. And I want to thank the Overlook of Charlton and the Shrewsbury Senior Center for inviting me to speak to their members about the cannabis industry, the role of a commissioner, and adult and medical use. A great group at both places, tons and tons of questions, and I look forward to doing more of those. And also, I just want to say June is PTSD Awareness Month, and we want to continue to look for ways to reduce barriers for our veterans, not only only with medical use access, as well as career opportunities in the cannabis space. So, and also go Celtics, just a phenomenal game. So thank you all, and I look forward to a great meeting today.
I think we'll continue the order, reverse order. I can go next. And this is what it must feel like, Commissioner Stebbins, because ditto to your comments. I also want to acknowledge this month as Pride Month as well. And also, because we won't be seeing each other until after, Happy Father's Day to all of the fathers and father figures. Happy Father's Day in advance, Commissioner Stebbins. And the other thing that I wanted to highlight, the last month and the months before, we've been talking about ongoing deliberations at the State House around this omnibus legislation that we have, our policy positions that were created and voted on thanks to the executive and legislative outreach strategy. And I just wanted to thank both the House and the Senate for listening to us and passing on both the Senate and the House. Now, I think the House passed it 153-2, which is unbelievable. The bill that we all know tackles HCAs, social consumption, and social equity funds. So I just wanted to say thank you, because at the last meeting, I just talked about being encouraged and hopeful in some movement. And now that we have that, I just wanted to extend that gratitude.
Yes, I'll go. Good morning. First of all, Commissioner Roy, thank you for the text this morning. I was running a little behind because I've been sick for about 4 or 5 days, but I made it. I'm on here. So thank you. And just thank you for your comments, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Concepcion. And I know the chairwoman will have her own comments, but ditto to all of it. I think it's the beauty of going last. Commissioner Concepcion, to your point, I think it's an exciting time. I know that our fiscal year closes on June 30th. I know the formal legislative process will close on July 31st. So I'm just very grateful to our partners at the State House. I think we're in, legalization 2.0. So I think that these bills that are sitting at the State House will make a big difference. So I'm just really grateful, like you said, for them and just us working together throughout our legislative process to do all the work that we did all together. So thank you on that. Of course, happy Pride Month to everyone who celebrates happy Pride. And for those who don't, it's okay, but definitely, do your homework a little bit, right? I also want to thank you, Commissioner Roy, for talking about awareness on PTSD month. I think that's it's an important topic that we need to also discuss, right? I also want to, a few weeks ago, I want to say, or not even weeks ago, a few days ago was Gun Violence Awareness Month. And for someone who has worked with many victims of violent crimes throughout the years in my earlier career, I just want to, take a moment for so many folks that we have lost recently to gun violence, and just, send our prayers and positive energy to those and those families that have lost so many the last few weeks. So just want to say thank you to our staff. Thank you to the many, I have to say, thank you to the watchdogs who are out there. I feel like I get so many great emails on stuff that's going on out there, Twitter messages. So I just want to say thank you. I've learned so much from the public and information that comes to us. So I just want to say thank you to folks who are out there sending us information and messages. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for all of your thoughtful comments. So just to build off of what you were mentioning, Commissioner Camargo, for me, as I was thinking about this month, and so many of the events in the world and our country continue to be really sobering and quite maddening at times. And I found myself asking, what are the things that I can do? But at the same time, what can any one person do? And it seems like, I hope anyway, some of you may be wrestling with these same thoughts. And for me, as I thought about it, committing to the mission of this agency has been an answer for me. Cohort 3 of this agency's social equity program, the classes kicked off last week, and as many of you know, the program is for individuals most impacted by the war on drugs, marijuana prohibition, disproportionate arrests, and incarceration. And these classes cover really fundamental things like creating a business plan, accounting, raising capital, and navigating the municipal process. And today we are going to be reviewing provisional license applications from 7 folks who participated in the SEP. We're also reviewing provisional license applications from an economic empowerment priority applicant, a woman-owned business, a minority-owned business. Plenty of work remains to increase access for disproportionately harmed communities in the legal marijuana marketplace, and to ensure the industry reflects the Commonwealth. That said, in addition, today we are also reviewing final applications for a marijuana delivery operator, a marijuana courier, and a micro business. These license types were ones that the agency created to fulfill its statutory mission and to reduce barriers to the marijuana industry. So as families and friends gather this month for Pride and Juneteenth, let's be proud of what the agency and the industry has accomplished together and really embrace the mission of this agency with urgency, and also ask, what more can we do? So finally, while I realize I missed saying Happy Mother's Day last month, I did also want to wish all the father figures, including my dad, a happy Father's Day. So with that, the next item on the agenda are the minutes for approval of the minutes from the last public meeting. So I'll start by asking the commissioners for a motion to approve the May 12th, 2022 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do the commissioners have any questions, comments, or edits to the minutes? Okay, hearing none on the motion that was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Roy, I will now take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. So the next item on the agenda is the Executive Director's report.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. I'll begin today, as I always do, with some highlights from our Mass Cannabis Industry Portal. I also want to first off acknowledge you're looking at a bit of a different format for the PowerPoint deck today. So this is an updated template we'll be continuing to use. It's been in the works for some time, so the substance has not changed. The style certainly has, and some presentation and making sure we can maintain a consistent quality presentation and an accessible quality as well, obviously is a priority of our agency. So my compliments to our communication staff, our licensing staff, and our administrative staff, especially for the work they do to put this together, but also they're thinking about how we can always continue to evolve and improve the accessibility and presentation quality of these materials. So with that, I'll obviously now motor through the substance here, which is there are 9 applications awaiting our first review. As you know, this is an application being submitted to the Commission, has not yet been reviewed by anybody at the agency, has not yet been classified, for instance, as prioritized, expedited, or general applicant. We normally get to those in a number of business days, and early days of the Commission, that was not the case. So the past 2 or 3 years, remarkable headway in getting to those applications as quickly as possible. So, and this is on par with previous months. You do have 16 applications before you today for your consideration. We have 39 applications that are awaiting a supplemental review. Those are applications that have been reviewed. They've been classified as either, again, prioritized, expedited, or general. We've gone through those applications, and for some reason, or for one reason or another, or for perhaps multiple reasons, have reopened that application and asked the applicant to update or supplement the information they submitted. And now they're back before the Commission for consideration. So 39 fall into that category. And we have 96,161 certified active patients in our medical use of marijuana program. This is the highest level overview of our application portal. You'll see there's 10,000 applications. However, the vast majority, or in months past, I believe it was something to the effect of about 85%, are not before us. They're either incomplete or have been withdrawn. And to date, the commission has approved 1,108 licenses. Of those 1,108 licenses that the commission has approved, this is the breakdown based on type. You'll see that marijuana retailers comprise 420, marijuana cultivators are 333, and marijuana product manufacturers 256. That comprises your traditional supply chain. And of course, those are approved licenses. Those licenses might have already commenced their operations. They could be final licenses. They could be provisional licenses. So they are somewhere in the lifespan of a license. This slide here also incorporates pre-certified. Pre-certified is an administrative process. It allows an applicant to come in and essentially, I've always described it historically as being akin to a pre-approval for a mortgage. You have the potential to be licensed based on the disclosures that you make. It does not cost anything for anyone to apply for pre-certification. It's available for delivery licenses at this point. We also, if you are a social equity program or an economic empowerment applicant as a micro business, you may also apply for delivery endorsement for that license, which essentially does create a vertically integrated license, being the potential to grow, manufacture, as well as potentially deliver those products as well. So, and then the other lifespan here is 128 that have been provisionally approved, 520 provisional licenses. That distinction, provisionally approved, has not yet paid their fee. Provisional license has in fact paid their fee. 50 final licenses, those are folks that are on the cusp. They're about to open. They can actually begin to acquire marijuana products, and are awaiting a final inspection from us for things like confirmation that materials and products, again, are in Metric, our seed-to-sale tracking system, and that they've registered their agents and things of that nature. And then 411 entities have commenced their operations across Massachusetts. I should pause for questions.
Yeah, Commissioner Concepcion had a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I just had a quick question just because the figures changed slightly from one of the prior slides around the pre-certifications. So I just wanted to get a little bit of an explanation on not this slide, but 2 slides prior. It says pre-certifications 168 for the delivery pre-certifications, and then this one is saying 170. So I just wanted to understand
Sure.
the differing numbers.
It could be the combined delivery micro business endorsements. Although I'm seeing here too that that would be 171 if you count those 3 delivery endorsements for micro businesses.
Okay.
Which
I
is
see what
separate
you
from the
mean.
certification process.
So this number is supposed to represent the combination of the 2. The
That's
micro
correct.
business. Okay, got it.
And the rationale for that is both of those aspects are administrative process versus the provisional license all the way through commence. I guess provisional license to final license would be separate commission votes, and then commence operations being the final stage.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roy has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. There's only a handful of commence operations for micro business, correct? Very few.
That's correct.
Like how, I think 5 maybe at this point. So based on this slide, that there are 170 pre-certs, I mean, that means that license type is growing like exponentially, correct?
Not necessarily, no. In fact, the pre-certification would be for delivery courier or delivery operator. And
Okay,
however,
so it's not necessarily the micro business. Okay.
This is a combined figure, yes.
A combined figure. Okay, thank you. I just needed edification.
And so those micro businesses as well that are not social equity program participants or not economic empowerment applicants would not be eligible for the delivery endorsement. So to be, I guess, as clear as possible on the delivery endorsement aspect of this, delivery licenses and the opportunity to deliver is exclusively available for 3 years to the social equity program participants and economic empowerment applicants. If you may be a micro business that is not a social equity program participant or an economic empowerment applicant, and thus you would not be eligible to add that delivery endorsement to your license.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. So I just got clarification. So I wanted to share that, Sean, with you, just so you're aware as well, is that one of the delivery endorsements on the 170 slide is a commence operations. So that's the difference between the 170 number. So I just wanted to share that because the number reflects the right, information. Also, thank you to our licensing team. Thank you to Kyle Potman for being so on top of things. I appreciate you.
He's always looming. So this application, this slide here does indicate our workflow. So as I noted earlier, there's 9 applications that are awaiting our initial review. We have reopened 191 applications, and we reopened applications for any number of reasons. Our staff goes through the application in its entirety, looks for anything that might require clarification, something that might require supplemental information, something that might just perhaps be missing. And so we identified that information for the applicant. We reopen the application, allow them an opportunity to come back in versus just outright denying somebody or rejecting an application. And we also may reopen applications multiple times. In fact, that's something we often do. If there's information we can provide as well, for instance, there's a guidance document that might help you supplement or build out your diversity plan or your positive impact plan. We provide the applicant with that information and that tool and that resource in the context of reopening their application. So there's 191 applications that have been reopened. When the application does come back, we do review it anew. We begin the application from the beginning and go through, our staff does, which does take multiple hours on their part. There might be another reason that we would reopen that application. So again, folks don't get outright rejected. They don't get outright denied. They have opportunities to come back in and supplement. There are 21 applications that are awaiting a third-party response. The third-party response is either the city or town within which they intend to be located, who will confirm their compliance with local zoning and bylaws, or the third-party background check. There are 16 applications awaiting your consideration today, and then including delivery pre-certification, there's 1,283 applications that have been considered by the commission, and that's a combination of approved, denied, or again, those delivery pre-certifications, which are administratively considered. This breakdown here is based on that potential priority status or expedited status, or of course, general applicant, if someone does not enjoy either of those statuses. So you'll see that there's 256 licenses or applications that have utilized the benefit of MTC priority status. There's 115 applications that have used the benefit of economic empowerment priority status. Those 2 applications, they cut the line and go to the top of the line. We also alternate reviews. So in other words, if there were 2 MTC priority applications and 1 economic empowerment application, we would alternate their review versus taking both at once and then segueing to the other. Expedited review is based on license type, social equity program participant status, status as a DBE business as defined by the Supplier Diversity Office, and I guess in a positive way, a lot of applications, or 75 or so, have actually come in and qualified for a number of categories. And then we have 612 applications that are general applicants. And fear not, when they do hit that queue, as you noted, or as you saw earlier, there's 9 applications awaiting that first review. A general applicant does not wait long to be reviewed by the Cannabis Control Commission. So but we do review in priority, expedited, and then general applicant in that order.
Lots of questions. Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you. Mr. Executive Director, just break down for us, the economic empowerment priority. There's 115. There's in total, the universe of economic empowerment are like 120 something. What is in that economic empowerment priority? Who are we counting in there?
I guess I want to make sure I'm answering the question correctly. So there's some combination. So this returning to the economic empowerment applicant beginning days in April of 2017. To qualify, some folks pooled together. There were a number of folks on that single application to secure the status. There were even folks that came in as pre-existing businesses, for instance. So this number here for 115 would be applications. There might be multiple licenses or multiple entities included in this 115. It should not reflect, and I don't, this is actually I'm not sure if this was the question, but I'll use it as the opportunity to clarify. That doesn't mean that, for instance, 123 or 122 economic empowerment applicants, 115 of them have applied for a license. Instead, it might be that folks are applying for multiple licenses across Massachusetts or even across license types, for instance. So, but I'm not sure if that was the question.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think, when I look at it, right, and we're always talking about there's 120 something letters or certificates that I think we gave away in the beginning, right? So I think, a lot of folks are always asking, where are these letters, right? Have they come up? Are people applying? Have we been, where's the universe? Have they been successful? So when I look at this number, it just kind of made me think, like, what's behind that 115? So thank you.
And another point I'll make too, and it's something I've been thinking about or stewing on for a while, is recalling that 2017 period where it was a 2-week window where folks were able to apply. And again, folks came in together in order to achieve qualification. Some folks applied individually and as part of other applications. Some folks applied as existing businesses. It was also the time where the commission was considering its regulations and the landscape was still developing and evolving. And I remember distinctly conversations with folks that they were existing businesses, they were yoga studios, they were coffee shops, and they were contemplating a world within which there would be things like social consumption. And they were looking to combine those businesses. And so this was early, I brought this up when delivery was being introduced to our license landscape and saying that some folks were waiting for that license type. And so maybe once we introduced that license type, you would see some of the economic empowerment applicants with, I would imagine, a sense of relief saying, one, finally, but also it's here. I can now pursue the license type I was envisioning. The same could be true for social consumption as well. But also the landscape has, as all of you know, changed dramatically both here and across the country over the past 2 to 3 years with new jurisdictions being introduced, but also this industry evolves as fast as any industry I've ever seen. And so within that 100 plus economic empowerment applicant pool, 2017 is frankly, it's history in some ways, and it's a distant history versus just a few years ago.
No, thank you, Sean. I think it's important that, that we have that conversation, because I think a lot of the questions that I get asked, are, I get asked a lot of questions like all of us do, but I think within the economic empowerment bucket and the social equity applicant bucket, right? How are folks moving through the process? How many Black and brown business owners do we actually have? How many folks from disproportionately impacted areas do we actually have? So this is helpful, and I think, we can talk about it a little bit more, but this is helpful, so thank you.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for that breakdown, understanding the historical context behind some of the decision making and the numbers that we have. My question was about the way that we define entities. So I see at the very top, we're saying it's 20 applications and they represent 849 separate entities. I wanted to ask, how do we define that at the commission? Because that's something that, I use that a lot in when I speak with different groups. And I think that there's some clarity that would be beneficial both for us and for anyone who's watching too.
Sure. So that would be the business itself. So the LLC, the incorporation, or in a lot of ways we have a lot of DBAs as well. So that would be the business unit itself. It may not be. There might be individuals that are on multiple licenses. So I should note that if I had an interest in a license under Sean Collins LLC, I may also have an interest. I may be an investor, for instance, in a license that is not in my principal name. From the commission standpoint, I personally would have an interest in 2 licenses as it pertains to the cap itself, but there would be 2 separate entities that would be licensed. So this would not represent necessarily individuals, but instead entities. But I guess in a way, rest assured, our staff does that analysis based on individual interest as well as business interests to ensure that there's compliance with that 3 per license type or license category cap evaluation. So, but these separate entities would be the business unit itself.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. And my apologies if you already have this slide, but is there a way for on the economic empowerment priority to break it down, like you alluded to see where those license types are, like, so we know exactly where like what type of licenses are being sought after? So if we ever do revisit it, we have the most information possible.
Sure, there absolutely is. And I often get in trouble for committing to create yet another slide. At the same time, this is something that is of interest to me. So selfishly, and obviously now with the support of the commission, I think it's a project that it's not even, it is a project in that someone has to do the analysis. I'm also confident in our data and how we manage it, that it can be produced. But it's something that is front of mind for me, if nothing else, to see which licenses are most attractive, what the supply chain looks like as well, because I think, frankly, the public deserves to know which business types, which businesses are social equity businesses, which businesses are economic empowerment applicants, or run by or owned by economic empowerment applicants or social equity applicants, because I think consumers are interested in that information, patients are interested in that information as they make their decisions. So absolutely, yes.
Thank you. And not to add to it, but I'd also be interested in the geographic diversity of the economic empowerment to see where they lie throughout the state. Thank you.
And I'll apologize in advance to the staff. I'm going to
Me too. Sorry.
Have assist me with that project, but I do think it's worthwhile.
Oh, Commissioner Camargo.
Mr. Executive Director, I was just going to say, sometimes, you know, I know we rush, but this doesn't have to be a tomorrow project. So, because I know you get in trouble for creating extra slides, so we're cutting you some slack here. I think if we get the information at some point, I think it's great. I think, like you said, the public should know, and I think it's also it also allows us to start seeing, like, what is our progress? What are the outcomes on the economic empowerment, priority? Was it a successful program, or is it just something that we made up to make up, right? So I think it's important. So take your time on it.
So it's a Monday project. Got it.
Tuesday.
Thank you. I agree. I think it's really an absolutely worthwhile endeavor. And again, I think there's a public awareness aspect to it. I think it's a possibility for consumers and again, patients, if they so choose, to find where they want to devote their resources, where they want to frankly take their business. And I know that those folks that are participants in the social equity program, we want to give them the tools. I think the chairwoman announced it earlier or mentioned earlier, the technical assistance we provide, part of that is what is a brand? How do you build that? But I do think that the commission, in pursuit of its mission, can play a role in that as well, and just identifying for folks who these businesses are, where they're located, to Commissioner Roy's point, so that they can, again, make a conscious decision as to where they take their business.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners for Mr. Collins? Okay.
So this slide here is, you may recall it from past months. It's where folks, especially the economic empowerment, social equity program, DBE status, where they are in the licensing process. And again, the goal here, the endeavor, is to advance folks downward through this table and get them as close as possible, in fact, to the commence operations row of this table. But you see that of the total of 1,279 or so, there's the majority of them are in the pre-certified or provisionally approved or provisionally licensed phase. So I'm also seeing some data transcriptions here where, for instance, there are 10 or so final licenses, but it describes it as 50. So those are things that obviously we want to get folks advancing to the commence operations phase of this versus having them be in the provisional license or provisional approval. We know the single biggest hurdle to advance between provisional license and final license is capital. And so Commissioner Concepcion, you referenced earlier the activity at the State House. That's a perfect example of how that would be important. And also capital, working capital at least, isn't something that should wait or really can wait until provisional license. As folks are building applications, they need to enjoy access to capital. The technical assistance we can provide is on, frankly, how to go and get sources of capital, how to navigate our application process. We don't want our application process to itself to be a burden, but obviously, as you compile your resources, your attorneys, your accountants, etc., those things cost money too. And I think we've talked in recent months as well. Our fee waivers can be an impact. And there's not money that we're spending necessarily, it's money that we're foregoing. At the same time, there's value in that. So this is a slide that we do spend some time on and reflecting on how we can help folks move downward through this process.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, to Commissioner Camargo's point, so if 120 some odd certificates were issued in 2017, just so I understand correctly, so of those, 14 have opened their doors for business.
Yes, that said, I want to be clear. It could be that of those 14 that have opened their doors, there might be one that has, for instance, multiple licenses, or it could represent the same entity having 2 licenses. So it may not be 14 individuals or 14 individual entities. It may be that there's multiple entities incorporated there.
Okay, thank you.
I should note as well, and again, I think Commissioner Concepcion, you referenced the quick working staff. Our licensing tracker, I was told, does in fact identify a business as far as commence operations. So if you were to go to the map that we provide on more about MJ, it would identify the business as being a social equity program participant or an economic empowerment applicant. So, and that's a note from our staff that, again, is always looming.
Any other questions or comments?
Seeing none, I'll continue here. Again, this is the really data heavy slide that I certainly enjoy and continue to look for any trends that I might see or any progress that I may see. In this slide, you'd like to advance from left to right to get to that commence operations phase. So you see here that we have 7 licenses, 7 courier licenses that are operational today. We also have 3 delivery operators that are active today. So 10 delivery businesses in Massachusetts are functioning operational today. As far as final licenses, you see that there's 2 courier licenses. So those are folks that are right on the cusp. We also have 15 delivery operator licenses that are in a provisional license phase. Those folks are going to be, and from an inspectional standpoint, we still do a physical inspection. We also inspect the vehicles. We also especially want to be sure that there's access to an inventory in metric, for instance, or there's the ability to manage those manifests as a retail order is placed in. So the delivery operator and delivery courier inspections, they do still occur. They're just they're technical, frankly, given the nature of the license type. You also see there's 10 independent testing labs that are open and functioning today, as well as 6 that are provisionally licensed. Those inspections are incredibly complex and do require a devotion of time and resources from us, as well as the lab, as they get accredited in their process and their methodologies, and we then go and confirm and verify those types of things. You see there's 85 marijuana cultivators. Those are your grows. Those are the folks growing inventory throughout the Commonwealth, as well as 22 final licenses. So those are folks that have built their facilities. They can now begin to introduce plants into their inventory. And so our inspection in that context would be checking that inventory, matching it through a metric. I hate to call it an audit, but a review, I guess, and then also ensuring that those agents are registered. Commissioner Roy, you referenced the micro businesses. You see there's 6 that are operational in Massachusetts, as well as 2 final licenses. And those are up to 5,000 square feet of canopy, as well as 2,000 pounds or equivalent for processing. So product manufacturing, excuse me. We do have 69 product manufacturers that are operational in Massachusetts, as well as 223 retailers. So I guess I'll stop there, aside from noting the 411 commenced operations businesses throughout the Commonwealth.
Commissioner Concepcion, you had a question?
Don, I apologize. I'm question heavy today.
That's all right.
Not at all.
So I'm looking, I just want to understand this at the delivery licenses, and we have a separate category for the pre-certifications. Is it, so I want to make sure I'm reading this right. Of those individuals that are pending for, I'll use the courier license as an example. The pending application says 7, and then there's no figure there for pre-certified endorsements. Are we saying that of those people who are going through the rest of the process here at the CCC, none have received a pre-certification endorsement?
I guess I want to make sure the way I would describe the delivery license process best would be the highlighted cell of 88. The next step in their life cycle would be to now advance to pending application in the row above. So the field itself would be blank and pre-certified, simply because it's not a data point in that row. So similarly for delivery operator, the 80 pre-certified, the next step in their life cycle would be to advance to pending application stage for the license itself. So from a license standpoint, from an application standpoint, it's an entirely new application that would begin, but in order to begin it, you would need to be pre-certified. So it's almost like in order to qualify as a social equity program participant, as a licensee, you would need to have that code, for instance, that we would then reconcile. So you wouldn't be eligible unless you've already been accepted into the program with that identifier.
Can I rephrase that just to make sure that I understand what you're saying correctly? So what we're saying is, I'll use the courier license again. Of those 7, or even I'll use the entire figure, the total 23, all 23 have gone through the pre-certification process.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
So these next, and thank you. These next few slides here are breakdowns based on specific license types and some of the categories. This slide here should note that these are marijuana cultivators that are indoor versus outdoor. To clarify, the bottom row would be outdoor. So I realize it says indoor, but those would be the outdoor applications or licenses. Again, there's 69 that have commenced their operations for indoor operations, and there's 16 that have begun their operations for outdoor cultivation. There are 3 outdoor final cultivators. It's not too late in the season, but we're getting there. And so we do want to make sure that those folks are able to take advantage of a harvest during this season. And as we know, building out an indoor cultivation facility is incredibly expensive. In the Northeast, we're a high energy cost state, and outdoor grows also represent their own challenges in Massachusetts and the Northeast. And so we want to make sure that folks are able to compete in this marketplace, but also succeed in this marketplace. So as folks make their decision, their business decision, as to which might be most advantageous, these are things they take into consideration. And I just note that there's 162 provisional licenses for indoor cultivation in Massachusetts, which is a lot. And I think at a future slide, we'll talk about square footage as well, and be able to reflect on which tiers those fall into.
Commissioner Roy, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, in these figures, are the pending craft cooperatives part of this, and are micro businesses, since they do have grows, are they part of this figure?
They would not be factored into this calculation, no. But that's a great point as far as their contributions to the supply chain.
Also, is there a typo? It says indoor.
There is a typo, yes. The bottom row I noted should be the
okay.
The outdoor. Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, I might have not heard you.
Any other questions on this?
So as I noted in the previous slide, the breakdown here is based on tier. And in previous months, I've identified that, again, reflecting on history, the earlier days, I had a hypothesis that, or I guess perhaps even a suspicion, that a lot of applicants would flock to the higher tier grows. For nothing else, just because it was an authorization. Growing up to 100,000 square feet allows for a lot of product, but it's also incredibly expensive to build. We're also seeing some requests, not a lot, not an overwhelming amount of requests, but some inquiries as to how can I relegate myself. I started out as, for instance, a tier 6 license, but I'd like to drop down to a tier 3 or a tier 2. So as folks make their way through, again, identifying capital, identifying resources, thinking about the scale and cost of their build out, they might be making those decisions. I would advise anyone thinking about building out an application for a cultivation facility to really have that conversation as early as possible, because we do have some requests to increase tiers at a provisional phase. And you are locked into that phase, that tier, I should say, until you can demonstrate that there are active sales and inventory is moving through that facility. So again, I would advise anyone thinking about building an application to really have a conversation as a business, as a unit, as to what tier you certainly want to be in until you can demonstrate those sales. But just a final note here, you see that there's 2.5 million square feet of canopy that's been authorized for commencing operations. That should not be reflective of the actual canopy as well. We do measure that during our inspections, but the 2.5 million is authorized canopy. So that would be the total of the maximum square footage that tier could grow.
Commissioner Roy?
And just for edification, thank you, Madam Chair. That also includes vertical grow, correct?
We would, yeah, so for I guess for other commissioners or for folks that might be observing the meeting, if someone were to stack or rack their grow facility, we would count the square footage of that vertical surface against the canopy. So the definition of canopy, of course, is where you're actively growing. It's not the square footage of the entire facility, of the 4 walls of the, say, a warehouse or an old factory or even the fields itself in an outdoor context. It's instead where the plants are actively growing. So if you were a method of growing is to rack to maximize the square footage, or if you are able to secure a smaller space to get more canopy in, you may choose to rack your grow rooms. So we would count the square footage of those tables in that surface area.
Any other questions on this slide? Mr. Collins, continue.
So this is some information relative to our medical use of marijuana program. You see that there's 95 entities that have commenced their operations, which is an increased number, certainly than when the program was transferred to the Cannabis Control Commission back in 2018. Also on the right-hand side table, you see there's 102,111 certified patients, as well as 96,161 certified active patients. The distinction there is that certified patients have met with the provider, they've been input into our system, the patient themselves has not yet come into our system and submitted the final information necessary to activate their patient registration. So these numbers are often not far off, but it's obviously of interest to us as to, are folks finishing the process? Do they assume that they finished the process? And so we do continue to reflect on our program and how we can obviously make it as accessible as possible. And as I noted last month, including trying to work with providers to make sure that our system is as accessible to them and that they can be best equipped and able to practice in our system, especially knowing, as I think commissioners have raised in previous months, the ratio of providers to patients is something that we are very sensitive to and interested in expanding, or I guess, frankly, shrinking the ratio, but expanding the offerings of providers available to the patients. So there's a few slides here that are traditional or may be familiar to commissioners, which is just a breakdown across the Commonwealth of our licenses. So these are total establishments, the 1,108 applications. So these are not commenced operations, these are not final licenses or provisionals. These are all inclusive of licenses that have been approved by the commission. So at the very least, a provisional approval. You see that Worcester County is 248 total. The next highest would be Middlesex County with 138, followed by Hampden County with 116. And there is no county that has nothing. So just every county has at least one application that's been considered by the commission. This slide here is a slightly narrower or zoomed in version of the license type, which is specific to retailers. I see the 420 total applications that have been approved by the commission. Again, Worcester County with 77, Middlesex with 65, and Bristol County with 42. And then a recent request of commissioners, I believe, was MTCs or medical marijuana treatment centers and the licenses across Massachusetts. And these are specific to dispensing, so where the patient would actually access the medicine. You see here there's 141 total access of dispensaries across Massachusetts. And this is, again, licenses, not necessarily open. That there's a concentration all across Massachusetts, and there's not one county that does not have any access or would not have any access, I should know. And this is a new slide based on a conversation we began last month, and I wanted to just call the commission's attention to it, which is we went over agent registration demographics, and there was a request or discussion about can we compare that to statewide population. So this is something we'll continue to, I want to say evolve, but it's more just, I think, finesse to make sure we're presenting it in as clear and concise a way as possible. But obviously, I want to start by acknowledging my gratitude to our staff for putting this together, and also our ability as an agency to frankly show this and talk about this and reflect on it, and also, I think, evaluate what is it telling us. So you'll see here from a gender standpoint, our agent registration demographics. And I should also note this is based on the 2020 census, so that's the data source or set that we're using to consider this. Our agent registration demographic is 63.4% male, and the population demographic in Massachusetts is 48.5% male. So our agent registrations are about 15% higher than what the Massachusetts population would be. And conversely, our female demographic relative to agent, again, based on the statewide population, would be about 15% less. Advancing to the table on the right-hand side, you see there actually is some, I want to say type, but there's definitely some discrepancies or some variables here, but it trends closer to the statewide population. If nothing else, it trends closer. That said, the shortcomings as far as the agent registrations are in the Hispanic, Latino, Asian American, and obviously those identifying as two or more races. But there is still a higher concentration or higher percentage of white. So 69.5% of our agents identify as white, whereas the statewide population is 67.6%. So again, I think this is really a key important slide, not just for us, but for the public to know and to see, and as well as for the agency, the agency as well as the licensees that we regulate to see and reflect on as well.
Oh, Commissioner Concepcion had a question.
Not a question, just a comment. I'll be really, really brief. Sean, thank you for compiling this information, and thank you to the staff of this really quick turnaround. This is something that we talked about in our last meeting. And it's really helpful to have this information on the screen and given in a really concise way. I think it's really reflective of what the industry looks like and what work needs to be done from this point. So I just wanted to say thank you, ED, for listening, and thank you to the staff for really pulling this together.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, it's the staff that does the work, so they deserve the credit. I think, Madam Chair, you noted that our live instruction began as of May 31st. So I want to certainly call the Commission's attention to that. A note I want to just confirm, and if anyone, we obviously stay in touch with our previous cohorts, but I want to make it clear, any former cohort member, so if you were in Cohort 1, Cohort 2, you may participate in any offerings that we, you're with us for life. We want you back in our fold. We want to be accessible to you. We also want to know how you're finding your experience in the industry, whether it be as an owner operator, whether it be as an employee, whether it be as an ancillary business. So we certainly want to stay in touch with those former cohorts. But the Cohort 3 live instruction has begun. And the reason we want to stay in touch with former cohorts as well is we evolve our process, we evolve our programming, including, for instance, we learned, especially with the introduction of delivery, that there were some lending practices and some contracting practices and principles that were certainly of concern to us. We want to make sure that we're able to equip anybody with new curriculum and share that with them, that it doesn't depend or matter which cohort you are part of, that as we increase or expand our offerings, you are eligible for that as well. Because as far as our agency is concerned, if you're eligible for the social equity program, you are always eligible for the social equity program, regardless of the timestamp of your application. And then I did note in a press release, and obviously trying to share with as many people as possible, that the industry did gross on May 14th, or surpass, I should say, the $3 billion mark in sales, which is a milestone, certainly not done, and also something that is not the Cannabis Control Commission did not sell $3 billion worth of inventory or product. Instead, I think we created the environment within which it was able to be sold, and so it's by no means a celebration. It's a point in time that we wanted to call attention to and acknowledge that this industry exists here in Massachusetts, and again, it's grossed $3 billion in sales, and that does represent revenue to the Commonwealth. And I think it was Commissioner Camargo, you noted that our fiscal year and the legislative session are things of note to us. And so I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that $3 billion represents about $600 million in tax revenue that the Commonwealth did not have prior. So.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, on the social equity program, that's great. The next cohort has started. I just have a question. Do we have a data collection method for post cohorts so we can find out what they liked, what they didn't like, what works, what didn't work? And is there post surveys or assessments of the program?
There absolutely are. And it's a great question and segue that I should have noted. In addition to social equity program participants always having access to the services or the programming we're putting on, we also do stay in touch with them again to ask those questions of how are you finding the industry? Did you feel like the programming was helpful? Did it prepare you? And so I want to compliment the partnership here at the agency between our social equity staff, starting obviously with Cedric Sinclair, our chief, his staff, but also the partnership with our research team. And building out the right surveys and questions. We really try to strike the right balance between annoying and not wanting to annoy those folks, but also getting as much valuable information as possible and insight, especially insight. Realizing that the only way we can improve the program is by asking those questions of how did you find it? Was it approachable? Do you feel like it was helpful or even on topic for the things that you're now experiencing in the industry? And I realize that for some people, plant touching cannabis work may not be where they want to go. And so if we didn't ask questions or survey and just use data that we would have available, it may look as though if someone doesn't come in as an owner or an agent, they may never interact formally with our agency ever again. And that's actually okay in the context of, say, for instance, an ancillary business. They may show up in a visitor log of a facility, but that's not data that we would capture in such a way that they put their name next to their SCP number. So I think we want to be sure that we're staying in touch with those folks and asking them really thoughtful questions, again, without inundating or annoying them. So we hover right around that territory.
Thank you.
Camargo?
Thank you. Mr. Executive Director, thank you so much. I think I just want to take a moment to just reflect with everybody. So $3 billion in revenue. You mentioned $600 million in tax revenue. And now we're in our Cohort 3. We saw the numbers earlier in terms of 21 social equity applicants that have commenced, 14 economic empowerment who have commenced. And in an earlier slide, we had about 81,880 ounces of medical marijuana sold. I didn't see the adult ounces sold, but it's a reminder to me, and I think for a lot of folks who partake in this industry, who work here, I think us as commissioners, there's such a big responsibility on the equity mandate in this industry. And when we see these numbers, when we hear, you know, I'm thinking like, wow, 80,000 ounces sold, that's a lot of jail time, right? Right? That's a lot of jail time for those who have been disproportionately impacted, and for those who, you know, have been through the system with this. So I want to just take that moment to reflect, because this is an industry that is now legal, that we are all, like you said, you know, Executive Director, you know, you guys have stood up this agency, and you guys have put this, allowed this industry to move forward. So I just want to take that moment to not forget, you know, why we're here. We're going into the summer. There's a lot of work to do, both at, you know, at the legislative, you know, on the legislative side, and also for us internally. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you for those comments as well. But also making sure that we don't forget everything that we scrutinize, you know, and we get the calls on these diversity plans and positive impact plans. But I also want to remind folks who are in the industry, who are trying to get into the industry, and even municipalities. There is a guidance on equity in for municipalities, and just for municipalities, that was sort of re-edited. And there's some ideas in there on how to move the needle forward when it comes to equity. Our numbers are getting better, and I usually say this, right? We need to do more, we need to do better. So I just want to remind folks to take a pause. Everyone's running, but you know, this is really key in terms of why we're here and why our equity mandate exists. So thank you for indulging me in that.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, and echo those points raised by Commissioner Camargo, but I want to go back to something the Executive Director was saying as we've hit this milestone, so that he referenced a tax collection figure just based on the $3 billion in sales that's happened. Let's keep in mind that there's also personal income taxes that are being generated by the people who are now employed in this industry, as well as other sales taxes being generated. So, you know, we estimate that that number is much higher, I think, than the 600 million that he referenced, but I think it's speaking to the economic impact that this industry is starting to have across the Commonwealth.
Any other comments from commissioners? So, Mr. Collins, would you like to continue?
Sure, thank you. And Commissioner Stebbins, to your point as well, on a figure that would also not be reflected, but this agency is responsible for, is those non-tax figures, which in our lifespan, probably in the same time frame, frankly, that $3 billion would have been generated, would be about close to approximately about another $100 million in non-tax revenue, somewhere around $30 to $25 million a year, and growing as well. And of course, the $600 million is a combination of the excise tax that goes into the Marijuana Regulation Fund, the state sales tax, as well as that local option. But it's $600 million to the Commonwealth, and also our medical program remaining tax-free and still conducting sales. I think Commissioner Camargo, your point relative to the weight of those products, but it's been a road, it's been a process, but I think for the Commonwealth, it's been certainly revenue positive. So I think Commissioner Roy may have a question.
Thank you. Just to add to that figure, if you will, the HCAs are 3% over 5 years that our local municipalities also benefit from. So I don't believe that revenue is incorporated in that number as well. So when we start to look at all the buckets, it really adds up tremendously.
Any other comments, questions from commissioners? None. Mr. Collins?
So, Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you to the Commission for indulging me. I believe this is my final slide, so I appreciate your patience with me as well this morning. This is, again, trying to peel the curtain back a little bit on the agency and discuss our hiring. You see here what represents a flurry of activity as far as growing this agency and trying to grow it alongside the industry as it grows as rapidly as it has. We want to make sure that we are able to keep up with it And in some ways, this is catch up with it as opposed to keep up. And we also, one of my goals for this year is to build a 5-year plan. Incorporated into this is what size should this agency look or be to make sure that we're able to anticipate. And I will be honest, anticipating the cannabis industry is a very difficult task for anybody to do. If anybody can do it, it's this agency. I have no doubt about that. But this activity here represents our agency right now and what we're doing. And so I just wanted to obviously provide you that insight, which is we did add a project coordinator in our investigations and enforcement team. They began this week. We're in the process of identifying final candidates for data manager, multimedia content producer, and a second project coordinator on the investigations and enforcement staff. And we are interviewing actively for associate general counsel, copywriter, fiscal specialist, investigator, and I should note that is plural, investigators, licensing specialists, paralegal, and project manager for procurement in our fiscal or finance team. So also, I want to be clear, we're trying to grow every aspect of this agency. And grow may sound like we're looking to expand and build, and there's reality to that. Again, we're trying to scale this as best we can. So obviously that all falls to a number of administrative staff here at the agency that we could not do this without. And so again, grateful to our team and looking forward to expanding our team over the next couple weeks and months. I believe that's my final slide.
Any other last questions from commissioners for the executive director on his presentation? Okay, well, so we've been going for about an hour, and I wanted to check in with commissioners to see if a 10-minute break was in order. If not, we can continue on. Okay, it looks like yes. So yes, then I would seek a motion for well, let me take that back. How long of a break would folks like? 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
I think 10 is good.
Okay, right. So then I will seek a motion for a 10-minute recess.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stebbins. I assume there are no questions or comments. So on that assumption, I will seek a roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So see folks in 10 minutes. Hey, good morning still. So the next item on the agenda are recommendations from staff regarding different license applications. I anticipate taking lunch break after completing these recommendations, but depending on how things go, open to taking a recess as things progress. So Annie Damari will be presenting the staff's recommendations today. Before I turn things over to her, though, I did want to flag 3 items on the change of ownership applications. First, as many of you know, each application will be voted on individually. Commissioner Roy will be recusing herself from one of the applications, and I believe she has a blanket condition to propose, and I would turn things over to Commissioner Roy right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I do. Thank you very much. As is in previous meetings, I'm going to propose the same blanket condition for change of ownership as discussed in previous meetings, that many of these changes are massive in scale. There's a lot of MSOs now doing business in the Commonwealth, and we spend a great deal of time, effort, and energy around our diversity plans and our positive impact plans. So just to ensure compliance with those and accountability, that is the reason for the blanket condition. So I will read it. To help ensure compliance with 500, 1045, 501, 1045, it is required that an update be provided to the Commission within 5 days of any changes, modifications, or implementation issues by new ownership of prior ownership's Commission approved diversity plan and/or positive impact plan, including but not limited to goals, programs, measurements, and accountability. Thank you very much.
Any questions or comments around that proposed condition? Okay, I see none. I will just incorporate that condition into the motions as we go through them. So with that, Ms. Damari.
Good morning, Chair Kim. Good morning, Commissioners. Today we have 8 changes of ownership for review and consideration by the Commission. The first change of ownership we have for you is Bkpn LLC. The licensee here is Bkpn LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license. They are requesting to add 2 individuals and 4 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, so at this point then, before I ask for discussion or questions, I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership application for Bkpn LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a motion made by Commissioner Roy? Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay, hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Next.
The second change of ownership we have today is Green Railroad Group Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Before opening things up for discussion or questions, I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership application for Green Railroad Group, Inc., subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Any questions, comments, discussion among the commissioners? Okay, hearing none. On the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Conmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Next.
The next change of ownership we have for you today is Leaf Relief Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add one individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership application for Leaf Relief Incorporated, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Any questions, comments, discussion among the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Conmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you.
The next change of ownership we have for you today is Mass Yield Cultivation LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add one individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
So at this point, I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership application for Mass Yield Cultivation LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments, discussion among the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will now take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Ms. Damari, next.
The next change of ownership we have for you today is Mayflower Medicinals Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license and are requesting to add 11 individuals and 6 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Perfect, thank you. So I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership application for Mayflower Medicinals, Inc., subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Any questions, comments, or discussion among the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Damari, next.
The next change of ownership we have for you today is Milkmen Cultivation LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 3 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Mari. Right, so now I would seek a motion to approve the change of owner application for Greenway Cultivation Llc, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stebbins. Any questions or comments? Discussion among the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Next, Mr. Mari.
The next the licensee here, excuse me, is Relief Cultivation LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. So I would seek a motion to approve the change of ownership application for Relief Cultivation LLC, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Concepcion. Any questions or comments? Discussion among the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Starting with Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. So the next item is Resonate Incorporated. Sorry, Mr. Mari, for jumping in. I believe
No.
Commissioner Roy is going to recuse herself. Is that correct? So Commissioner Roy, before Mr. Mari jumps in, if you wouldn't mind going off camera.
Sure.
Thank you. Terrific. Okay, Mr. Mari, the floor is back to you.
Thank you. The licensee here is Resonate Incorporated. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 1 individual and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Seek a motion to approve the change of ownership application for Resonate Incorporated, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Stebbins, can I call on you to second?
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay, hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously and that Commissioner Roy did not participate in the discussion or the vote. Thank you. Commissioner Roy, you're welcome to come back.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So now we'll be moving to staff. Oh, before we do that, congratulations to all the folks who had their applications approved. So now we'll be moving to staff recommendations concerning provisional license applications. And again, each application will be voted on individually. Before we dive in, I understand Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Calmago have some initial comments. So, and Commissioner Concepcion. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. So Commissioner Concepcion and Commissioner Stebbins have some initial comments. So whomever would like to speak.
Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
First up, Commissioner Camargo, did you also want to speak as well? I want to make sure. Okay, so I wanted to just a few words. I think in the last few meetings, it's been evident that I pay particular attention to those applications that recognize that this industry is accessible and open to those who have criminal records, and encouraging for those who offer services around sealing and expungement, so on and so forth. So I wanted to highlight a few things. This month is really unique because 7 out of the 16, so almost half of those provisional licensee applications that we have before us today have included that in their positive impact plan, some sort of service around for those who have any sort of criminal records around sealing and expungement, and 8 out of those 16 if we include hiring. So those who are encouraging and actively seeking to hire people who have criminal records. So I wanted to just take a minute to highlight those instead of stopping one-on-one because there are so many. So Briar Leaf LLC, Coastal Roots LLC, Green Meadows Farm, Naked Nature LLC, and Social J LLC. And I also wanted to make a note that 5 out of those, out of the half, 5 of those are SEPs. So they graduated, they've gone through the program here for the social equity program, and they understand and recognize through that training that it's encouraged, and they're continuing this process to make sure that people who have criminal records are being incorporated and being assisted. And 1 is an expedited minority-owned establishment as well. So I wanted to just tip my hat off. And I hope that this trend continues. I'm seeing more and more, and that's encouraging. And I just wanted to make that very, very clear and thank all of those. So the SEPs are Briarleaf, Coastal Roots, Social J LLC, and the minority owned is Naked Nature LLC. So my hat's off to you all, and thank you for doing that.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to just highlight that point. 13 applications, 8 of those are either, as Commissioner Concepcion just alluded to or pointed out, SEP, EE, or DBE applicants. So I'm impressed by those numbers. On the flip side, I want to highlight again, we have applicants that are providing kind of cookie cutter, cut and paste diversity plans. I call this out again. I implore applicants, make these plans your own. They should reflect you as a business. They should reflect community and region where you're establishing your business. Both positive impact plans and diversity plans are and can be unique to you and your own business. Your chance of demonstrating success and meeting these goals at your renewal, I expect, are going to be greatly improved when these plans are your own. We provided new diversity guidance to help our applicants pull together thoughtful diversity plans. Again, I implore you, make these plans your own. Please do not cut and paste or rely on a cookie cutter approach, because at the end of the day, I don't think you're going to find much success meeting your goals at renewal time. So again, implore you to make those plans your own and unique to your own license application. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments from commissioners? Thank you for those comments. Appreciate them. So Ms. Jamari, turn things over to you.
Thank you, Chair Kim. The applicant here is Briarleaf LLC. The proposed location is 527 Pleasant Street, located in Attleboro. They are seeking a Tier 6 indoor cultivation license and a product manufacturing license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
So on this, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Briar LLC. There's license or application number M as in Mary, C, N as in Nancy, 283555. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh,
Second by Commissioner Concepcion. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, I will take a roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Ms. Damari, turn things over back to you.
Chair Kim, were you going to vote
Oh,
on?
yes. So on this, do I do motion for follow-up motion on the second license separately, or do you present?
So where this is a co-located operation,
Yeah.
Typically it would be the one presentation
Oh, okay. All right.
with the separated votes.
Okay. So then I guess I would then seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Briar LLC, license number M as in Mary, P as in Peter, N as in Nancy, 282100. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Before we go to the other one, so Ms. Damari, I'm sorry. So for folks like Briarleaf and Coastal Roots, where they're the two applications, the votes are together or not, or are they broken out separately the way that I just did?
You would usually vote on them separately.
Okay.
As my
It's one presentation.
one presentation.
Okay.
And I can let you know when it's co-located moving forward. So that would be easier for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll just chalk this up to beginner. I don't know. Yes. Second meeting. So thank you. Okay, so Ms. Damari, next, Coastal Roots LLC. Thank you.
So this is a co-located establishment. The applicant here is Coastal Roots LLC. The proposed location is 374 West Street, Unit B, located in Uxbridge. They are seeking a Tier 3 indoor cultivation license and a product manufacturing license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. So now I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Coastal Roots LLC. Application number M as in Mary, C, N as in Nancy, 283716. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. So I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Coastal Roots LLC, application number M as in Mary, P as in Peter, N as in Nancy, 281857. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Damari, the floor is back to you.
Thank you, Chair Kim. The applicant here is Evergreen Industries LLC. The proposed location is 414 Race Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Roy, I know that you had some comments for this one.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a condition. Is it okay to read it now?
Yes.
For Evergreen Industries LLC, cultivation Tier 1 indoor. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-120 12I and is expressly enumerated in 935 CMR 500-120 14. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further conditions from commissioners? Any comments or questions regarding the condition proposed by Commissioner Roy? Okay. So then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Evergreen Industries LLC, license number M as in Mary, C, N as in Nancy, 283694, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Any further questions, comments from the commissioners? If none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Damari, floor is back to you.
Thank you very much. The applicant here is EVG Farms LLC, doing business as Firehouse. The proposed location is 883 Hyde Park Avenue, located in Boston, and they are seeking a retail license. This applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Roy, I understand you have a condition for this license or this applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. EVG Farms LLC retail prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 146 sections A through J. Please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. To ensure compliance, consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Helpline. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Any further conditions from other commissioners? Or questions or comments regarding the condition proposed by Commissioner Roy? Okay, hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for EVG Farms LLC, application number M as in Mary, R, N as in Nancy, 284535, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Any further questions or comments from the commissioners? None. On the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Conmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Damari?
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Green Meadows Farm, LLC. The proposed location is 50 Wayland Street, Suite C, located in Fitchburg, and they are seeking a retail license. The applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Roy, you had a condition for this application.
I do, Madam Chair, but before I read my condition, I'd also like to commend Green Meadows Farm LLC for their positive impact plan. They not only had 1, 2, 3, but 4 goals in their positive impact plan, working with disproportionate impact areas of Fitchburg and Worcester, and also working with incarcerated individuals. So I want to commend them for their very robust positive impact plan. Now I will read the condition. For Green Meadows Farm LLC retail, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 CMR 140, 6A through J, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education to ensure compliance. Consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Hotline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments regarding that condition or any other conditions from commissioners? Hearing none, I would then seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Green Meadows Farm LLC, application number M as in Mary, R, N as in Nancy, 284280, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Roy. Any further questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The next two are Greenway Cultivation LLC. They are co-located. The applicant here is Greenway Cultivation LLC. The proposed location is 70 West River Street, located in Orange. They are seeking a Tier 4 indoor cultivation license and a product manufacturing license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
So for Greenway Cultivation LLC, I understand, Commissioner Roy, you have a condition for each of the two applications or licenses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. I can read them. Since we're taking separate votes, I will read the first vote, which is cultivation, Tier 4 indoor. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for indoor marijuana cultivators As it relates to quality control samples, licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-120-12I and is expressly enumerated in 935 CMR 500-120-14. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments regarding the condition proposed by Commissioner Roy, or any conditions that the other commissioners would like to propose? Okay, hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Greenway Cultivation LLC, application number M as in Mary, C, N as in Nancy, 283708, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion? Motion by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. So the second motion related to Greenway Cultivation, Commissioner Roy, did you want to state your proposed condition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to the one I just stated, this will apply to product manufacturing. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935 CMR 500-130-5K and is expressly enumerated in 935 500-139. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments regarding that condition? Or would any commissioners want to propose any other conditions? Okay, hearing none, I would then seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Greenway Cultivation LLC, application number M as in Mary, P as in Peter, N as in Nancy, 282184, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stebbins. Any last questions, comments by commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo. Sorry.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Damari.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is INSA Incorporated. The proposed location is 29 Industrial Drive East, located in Northampton. They are seeking a product manufacturing license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Terrific, thank you. And I understand on this application, both Commissioners Concepcion and Commissioners Roy have conditions that they would like to add. So Commissioner Concepcion, would you like to propose your condition?
Sure. Sorry, bear with me one moment. Sorry. Sure. So the condition that I propose is prior to final licensure, the licensee should provide an updated diversity plan with details on how the proposed plan will promote equity among people of color, particularly Black, African American, Hispanic, Latinx, and Indigenous people, women, veterans, persons with disabilities, and LGBTQ plus people in accordance with 500.101 of our regulations. I just wanted to add some clarity. This applicant, first, our diversity plans are different from our positive impact plans. The diversity plans are for the diversity within the operation in that marijuana establishment itself. And this applicant included two goals. One was to promote the career advancement of diverse individuals inside the company by awarding scholarships up to $2,500 annually, and also donating $2,000 to a cause. But what I am asking for and would need additional information on is a diversity plan that promotes equity within the operation of the marijuana establishment itself. So I just wanted to add that clarification, both for our staff here and for the prospective licensee who's listening.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for INSA, product manufacturing. Prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers. As it relates to quality control samples, licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935, 500, 130, 5K, and is expressly enumerated in 935, 500, 139. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments relating to either of those two proposed conditions or any additional proposed conditions from commissioners? Okay. Hearing none, then I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for INSA Incorporated, application number M as in Mary, P as in Peter, N as in Nancy, 282163. Subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioners Concepcion and Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for making the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Concepcion seconds. Any last questions, comments, discussion among the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Damari?
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Naked Nature LLC. The proposed location is 75 Green Street, Suite 2, located in Clinton. They are seeking a microbusiness license, which will both cultivate and product manufacture. The applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license, subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, at this time then, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Naked Nature LLC, application number M as in Mary, B as in boy, N as in Nancy, 282221. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for seconding. Any last questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Damari?
Thank you. The applicant here is OBCC LLC. The proposed location is 74 Downing Parkway, located in Pittsfield. They are seeking a product manufacturing license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license, subject to the conditions before you.
I believe Commissioner Roy, you have a condition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For OBCC LLC product manufacturing, prior to final licensure, please inform the Commission of your additional operational plans for product manufacturers as it relates to quality control samples. Licensees that opt to provide quality control samples must include written policies and procedures in accordance with 935, 500, 130, 5K, and is expressly enumerated in 935, 500, 139. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments regarding that proposed condition or any additional proposed conditions from the commissioners? Okay, hearing none, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for OBCC LLC, application number M as in Mary, P as in Peter, N as in Nancy, 281733, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Any last questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Caramago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Damari?
The applicant here is Social J LLC. The proposed location is 2A Conn Street, located in Northampton. They are seeking a marijuana courier license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And I believe Commissioner Stebbins, you have a condition for this applicant?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion or the condition, proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and clarify focus on Uxbridge, Mass area to promote sealing seminars as opposed to host community of Northampton, Mass, and provide any update in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A11.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments regarding that proposed condition or any additional proposed conditions? Okay, hearing none, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Social J LLC, application number D as in David, O, A as in Apple, 100155, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Any last questions or comments, discussion from commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Caramago.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Ms. Damari?
Thank you. The applicant here is Tradewinds LLC. The proposed location is 6 Thatcher Lane, located in Wareham. They are seeking a marijuana courier license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Commissioner Stebbins, you have a condition for this applicant?
I do, Madam Chair. The proposed condition is prior to final application for licensure, provide the Commission with all disclosures of any interest in any marijuana establishment application for licensure or licensee in Massachusetts of each individual or entity named in the application in accordance with 935 CMR 500.101 1A2 and to ensure compliance with 935 CMR 500.050 1B1.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments regarding that proposed condition or any additional proposed conditions from commissioners? Okay, hearing none, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for Trade Winds LLC, application number D as in David, O, A as in Apple, 011042, subject to the condition articulated by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any last questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes yes. Let the record show the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you.
The applicant here is True Cannabis Incorporated. The proposed location is 92 Sadoga Road, located in Heath. They are seeking a Tier 11 outdoor cultivation license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, at this point, I would seek a motion to approve the provisional license application for True Cannabis Incorporated. Application number M as in Mary, C, N as in Nancy, 283662. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for making the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy, for seconding. Any last questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. And Mr. Mari, last but not least.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here is Zip Run Incorporated. The proposed location is 1170 Morrissey Boulevard, located in Boston. They are seeking a marijuana delivery operator license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roy, I understand you have a proposed condition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I just may say a comment, we're glad to see more and more marijuana delivery operators come online, but please be mindful that you are required by the regulations to have consumer education readily available, and it does need to be part of your dispensing plan. So I do look for that for all the marijuana delivery operators. You are a retailer on wheels, so you are required to have that. So in light of that, Zip Run Inc., marijuana delivery operator, prior to final licensure in accordance with 935 146.5, please provide the Commission with a copy of your consumer education. To ensure compliance, consumer educational materials shall include subsections A through J as listed in said regulation and must also include the phone number for the Massachusetts Substance Use Hotline. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments regarding that proposed condition or any additional proposed conditions from commissioners? Hearing none, I would then seek a motion to approve a provisional license application for Zip Run Incorporated, application number M as in Mary, D as in David, A as in Apple, 1260, subject to the conditions articulated by Commissioner Roy. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any final questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. So next, we'll move to staff recommendations concerning final license applications. Commissioner Camargo will be recusing herself from one of the applications, so the vote is going to be in two groups. So I guess Ms. Jamari, Commissioner Camargo is going to recuse herself from the number Commonwealth Alternative Care. So can you just remind me, do you present every single one individually?
Historically, we don't do a presentation for
Okay.
final licenses. So you would,
Okay.
however you would
so-
like to proceed with that.
Okay, terrific. Then if commissioners are okay with this, I'll do two motions then, 1 through 11, and then take 12 separately with Commissioner Camargo offline. Okay. Seeing no objection to that proposal, I would then seek a motion to approve the recommendations for final license applications, entities number 1 through 11 on the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commissioners regarding these applications? Okay, hearing none. On the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. At this juncture, I invite Commissioner Camargo to turn off her camera and microphone. It looks like that has been done. Okay, terrific. So then at this juncture, I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation for a final license application for Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated. Is there a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously and Commissioner Camargo did not participate in the discussion or the vote. So I invite Commissioner Camargo to return to the meeting. Great. So next we turn to staff recommendations on renewal applications. And before addressing the recommendations, I just wanted to flag a couple items. First, Commissioners Camargo and Roy will be recusing themselves from two different applications. So I'm going to break up the votes a little bit more than usual. And then Commissioner Stebbins, I believe you had some general comments, and then possibly Commissioner Camargo as well.
Yes, Chairwoman, can I request a 2-minute break?
Oh, sure. Motion for recess for 5 minutes. Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Roll call vote. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. See everyone back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Madam Chair. I'm still here.
Yes, bye.
It's okay if I make a couple of comments too around renewals. There were 2 renewals. I wanted to just give a little shout out to 2 of them.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I believe we are back. So we were about to embark on the renewal applications. And before we went off, I just had noted that Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo had some general comments, and Commissioner Roy also does as well. So I guess at this point, I would invite Commissioner Stebbins to make his comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, a nice set of licensees up for renewal this month. I want to highlight two. First of all, DDM Sales is partnering with Holyoke Community College and the Cannabis Center of Excellence for recruiting interns who are in position to move into permanent positions with this licensee. So I credit them for that work. Life Essence, doing business as True Leave, is also partnering with our friends at Holyoke Community College for career fair opportunities, as well as they provided an over $250,000 contract with a certified MBE. So continuing good work by a number of our renewals.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you so much. I just want a quick thank yous and shout outs to our renewal team. I know that they work on these renewals diligently every month. So Annie, Sarah, Jamie, Marla, and I believe Olivia as well are part of the renewal process team. So thank you. And just a reminder to folks, I've been speaking and hearing from a lot of folks in the industry. If you have a concern around your renewal, don't wait to the last minute. Reach out to our team to get answers. Get your paperwork in on time. As for progress on your positive impact plans and your diversity plans, I like to say keep it simple, but I know there's RFIs that come into play, but be straightforward. If you have progress, let us know. If you're still working on that progress, let us know as well. And as a reminder, there's diversity plan and positive impact plan guidance documents on our website. There's also samples. And I wanted to just give a couple of shout outs and kudos to a few folks this month out of the ones that have commenced operation. Also cultivators, they've been using a few minority vendors as part of their positive impact plan. Gainish Wellness as well, they've had a lot of progress on their supplier diversity. Green Meadows, they've made some gracious donations throughout their positive impact plan to the community. Let's see which other one I have. Lynn Organics. Thank you again for your donations to the Lynn community. Nature's Embrace, doing some good work in the city of Brockton as well. And Salty Farmers, you have all been mentoring a social equity participant through the process, through their process. So that is another way to positively impact your community in supporting other folks that are trying to make it through the process. So I think that's all I have, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your comments. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too would like to recognize two of the renewal licensees. A few months back, the commission, a group of us met with the sheriffs to discuss collaboration and partnership and how do we help currently and formerly incarcerated individuals gain employment in the cannabis space. So I just want to recognize Ascend for one of their goals in their PIP, which is a partnership with the Suffolk County Sheriff's Department to hire formerly incarcerated people from the Suffolk County House of Correction who have convictions for nonviolent drug offenses, who have completed certain job training while incarcerated in reentry programs, and who otherwise meet Ascend's criteria for employment. So I am so encouraged to read this. And as we see more and more partnerships with the Sheriff's Department, departments around the Commonwealth, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for all involved. And secondly, I would like to recognize Nature's Embrace Incorporated. This is the first time that I've come across this, and I thought it was worth recognizing. Nature's Embrace will make an annual contribution to the Social Equity Training and Technical Assistance Fund, which will in turn support social equity and economic empowerment. Nature's Embrace will make a minimum annual financial contribution of at least $5,000 to the Commission's Social Equity Training and Technical Assistance Fund. So thank you very much, Nature's Embrace. Thank you.
Commissioner. Any other comments from commissioners before we move on to the vote? Okay, so Ms. Damari, can you remind me, do you present?
I don't typically present, but I do just have a quick comment, if you don't mind, Chair. Before you consider your votes, Commission staff requests that the Commission abstain from voting on the renewal application for Greenhouse Cannabis Group, Inc., which is item 55. The licensee has notified the Commission that they would like to withdraw their renewal application from consideration.
Okay, so my thought on that, so I know ordinarily we have a vote on the adult use and then on the medical use. So for the motion, I was going to request a motion that just identifies the specific items, but then does not include greenhouse number 55. Does that, so rather than abstain, just not vote as they removed? I'm seeing a nod from Commissioner Camargo.
You can.
Okay. Okay. And then, as I mentioned, there are a few commissioners who will be recusing themselves from votes. So I anticipate around 4 votes for this section. So bear with me. So at this juncture, then I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation for adult use license renewals, specifically items 1 through 47, 49 through 54, 56 through 63, as identified on the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you. Motion from Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any questions or comments for commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. At this juncture, I invite Commissioner Roy to turn off her camera and her microphone. It looks like she has done. And just so for the record, Commissioner Roy is recusing herself from the vote on Resonate Incorporated. So at this point, I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation to, I'm sorry. So I seek a motion to approve the recommendation for adult use license renewal for Resonate Incorporated. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none, on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously, with Commissioner Roy not participating in the discussion or the vote. So Commissioner Roy, I invite you back to the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so next we're moving on to the medical recommendations. And so for this one, understand. Similarly, we'll be breaking them up to accommodate a recusal. So, and Commissioner Camargo, I understand you're going to recuse yourself from Commonwealth Alternative Care number 70 on the agenda. Okay, so for this next motion, I'll be breaking things up, the items up. So I seek a motion to approve the recommendation for medical license renewal, specifically items 64 through 69 and 71 through 82 on the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Some,
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Is there a second?
second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Commissioner Camargo, I invite you to turn off your camera and your microphone. Let the record show that that has been done. So now I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation for renewal medical license application for Commonwealth Alternative Care, item number 70 on the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously, with Commissioner Camargo, who did not participate in the discussion or the vote. So Commissioner Camargo, I'll invite you back to the meeting. Welcome back. So at this point, I want to ask the commissioners if this is a good time for lunch. Looks yes from the nodding of heads. It sounds like yes. So I would seek a motion for a 30-minute lunch recess. Commissioner Camargo, thumbs up, yes. I view that as a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. I assume no objections, questions, or comments. So on the motion that has been seconded, Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. 30-minute lunch recess. Thank you. See you all a little after 1.
Commissioner Roy, go eat.
I know, I'm so hungry. You're so funny. So every time you ask for a break, I'm like,
We're live. We're live. Bye.
And welcome back from lunch. It is 1:05. So we have a number of items on this last portion of today's meetings. And the first item is the staff's recommendations concerning 3 responsible vendor training applicants. The commission will be voting on each recommendation separately. And we have Olivia Laramie who will be presenting.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, I will be presenting 3 RVT applications for your consideration and vote today. The following applicants for your consideration are seeking a 2-year certification for responsible vendor training. The entities are entitled Suzanne Cant, MJ Hybrid Solutions, and Bright Buds Training. The first entity is titled Bright Buds Training, and they operate out of Newport, Rhode Island. They will operate in a virtual learning environment. The course includes 4 hours of instruction, and agents must receive a grade of 70% or above on the final exam to receive certification.
Well, let me start by asking for a motion. So I seek a motion to approve the recommendation that Bright Buds Training be authorized to be a responsible vendor trainer. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Roy. Any questions or comments from commissioners? We'll just make a general comment that I looked through some of the training materials and I did find them very interesting. I learned a lot myself. So this has been, I appreciated being able to look through their slides. So if there isn't anything else, I will take a vote. Okay, hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Next.
Thank you. The next entity is titled MJ Hybrid Solutions. They operate out of Phoenix, Arizona. They will operate in a virtual learning environment. The course includes 4 hours of instruction, and agents must receive a grade of 70% or above on the final exam to receive certification.
Terrific, thank you. So at this point, I would seek a motion to approve MJ Hybrid to be a responsible vendor trainer. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Ms. Laramie, last but not least.
Yes, the final entity is titled Suzanne Cant. They operate out of Great Barrington, Massachusetts. They will operate in an in-person setting. The course includes 4 hours of instruction, and agents must receive a grade of 70% or above on the final exam to receive certification.
Great, thank you. So I would seek a motion to approve Susan Cant to be a responsible vendor trainer. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Stebbins, thank you. Any further questions or comments from the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye, chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Laramie.
Thank you.
So next item on the agenda are staff's recommendations concerning a bulletin and an administrative order issued in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. While they are related, the plan is that there will be two separate votes. And Mr. Collins, who will be presenting on these items?
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to, excuse me.
Okay, great, thank you.
So thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Nice to see you again. To the Chair's point, there are two separate questions here, but they're certainly related, so that's why they're grouped together for your consideration. So you may recall that throughout the pandemic, we've extended and allowed and really made an attempt to ensure the access to especially medicine is maintained in as safe a way as possible for patients, as well as the staff working in facilities, not to mention our own staff that may be going into facilities. So throughout the declared public health emergency, relying on the declared public health emergency, we authorized things like waivers for telehealth. And to be clear, the waiver is granted to a provider, given that the regulations require that initial visit for a patient certification must occur in person. However, renewals may already, pursuant to the regulations, be offered through the use of telehealth. So the waiver is to the providers so that they may offer telehealth for that initial patient certification. And we've allowed it throughout the course of the pandemic, again, relying initially on the declared public health emergency. About a year ago, in fact, Governor Baker rescinded that declared public health emergency while still maintaining, to be perfectly honest and clear here, that there was still an active pandemic going on, but that a lot of the immediate authority granted to folks like the governor and the Department of Public Health could be absorbed into other functions still maintained by DPH. So that by no means means that we're outside of a pandemic or that a pandemic has in fact retreated. I think a lot of us understand that are still feeling the effects of an active ongoing pandemic. But because that declared public health emergency was lifted and rescinded, the question was posed to the commission, what would you like to do as far as extending or continuing this benefit to patients and providers? And I guess I'll stop there as far as telehealth. I'll say we still have issues, or not issues, we still have waivers that have been issued. That authorization was extended through the end of June, which is why this question is before you today. And the question ultimately is whether or not the commission would want to extend that option for waivers. And ultimately it would be a directive to me to consider and where appropriate. Now, of course, the waiver still must be sought and secured by providers. So where appropriate to authorize and issue those waivers when they are in fact requested by providers for them to see patients in a telehealth means for those initial certifications. So again, given that these are separate votes, that might be the natural pause or break here in the presentation.
So Mr. Collins, excuse me, do you have a recommendation or does staff have a recommendation for if the commission were interested in extending the bulletin allowing for telehealth consultation, how long any extension would go?
I would say the commission here has options, and I should note as well that we do actively engage with stakeholders around this issue, including providers. We've also heard from patients informally. We've heard from patients through the Mass Patient Advocacy Alliance and others that they would like to see this extended. I would say the commission has options here. Certainly, again, as I noted, we're not outside of a pandemic environment at all, and this does seem to be a tool that patients and providers would like to use and would still want to use. I would say the commission has options between a 3-6 month window, and obviously asking us as staff to continue monitoring whether or not it is viable or necessary, because at any time the commission can also rescind its own vote, just as again the governor lifted the public health emergency given what he was seeing from a data standpoint. So I would say you could extend it through the calendar year, through the 2022, the remainder of 2022. And then ask us as staff to come back and evaluate or reevaluate. I should note too that from a formal healthcare policy standpoint, the value and utility, the long-term value and utility of telehealth is still being explored, given that concerns I would have in a telehealth environment are the extent to which providers are actually treating patients and really establishing a bona fide relationship with those patients. but it is a safe environment within which a communication can occur. And I think that was the initial mindset around once that establishment of a relationship exists, renewals and things of that nature become routine care as opposed to that initial treatment and development of a plan. So telehealth is certainly valuable. There's use and utility to it. At the same time, it's not without some concerns. And similarly, I would be mindful of ensuring that providers in our medical use of marijuana program are truly treating patients in that environment.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I just have a few comments and questions. Question number one is, I believe the last 2 times it was a 3-month window that we extended it. And so just to be clear, you're asking us for 6 months now to the end of the calendar year. And, you know, when the original regulations were drafted and promulgated, what was the reasoning behind the in-person visit? And was it to make sure that there is a bona fide relationship between patient and provider? And as my hope is, and I mention at every meeting, that we have about 100,000 certified medical patients and only about 400 providers, which is a really inequitable ratio, if you will. And I'm hoping the new digital form will encourage providers, make it easier for them to become certified with the commission. But again, my concern is, and I appreciate Nicole Snow sending over their recommendations. What we have right now is anecdotal about it. And I was wondering if we will have any data-driven metric that's empirical. And I know I'm throwing a lot out, but my hope is we would have something that's empirical evidence. And how do we ensure that there is a bona fide relationship, if you will, and since we are extending it 6 months, and obviously the first and foremost concern is patient safety, and I want people to realize that's, you know, I do want that, but my concern is the regulations were written a certain way for a reason, that in person, and you know, during the pandemic it was important that we did this, but I just want to be able to have real data to say why we need to keep extending this, and I know I threw a lot out there, so thank you.
Sure, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer as best I'm able, and I guess I'll try to track through my remarks and responses, ensuring that I am responsive to the questions and points you've raised. So I think the first question was the initial regulate. I'm sorry, the first question was actually the timing, the 6 month versus 3 months. So the commission has now voted twice to extend it, thereby it's ultimately extended it by 6 months. So I guess that's kind of my rationale in landing is rather than vote twice again and actually land in the 6 months, but with the caveat that and the acknowledgement that the commission can at any time rescind its own policies. And so here, this is a direction to me to authorize, or an authorization for me to issue waivers. Waivers are things that can be time bound. And obviously we're in the middle of a pandemic that is evolving on a pretty regular basis. And so I think no matter what, we have to monitor this. We have to watch it closely. We have to watch the impact on patients. We have to watch the impact as well on our providers, realizing that our providers, I mentioned earlier, that ratio from provider to patient is something that I am concerned about as far as having sufficient providers. And so not wanting to put them in harm's way as well with seeing a lot of patients. We're still seeing patients register with our program on a monthly basis as well, knowing too that the regulations authorize those renewals to already occur through the use of telehealth. So this would really be a smaller subset of patients entering the medical use of marijuana program. And so to, I guess, extend to your question relative to those regulations as they exist today, that ultimately was the basis, was that the statute requires there be a bona fide relationship between the patient and a provider. That can be established in any number of ways. And I think obviously an in-person visit is the most robust and complete way to do that, especially with identifying the initial qualifying condition. Once someone comes back for renewal, it's really to monitor that condition, ensure that medicine that's being accessed through the medical use of marijuana program is effective in its treatment. And so that's where I think that initial visit being in person is a higher threshold or a higher burden. And then the renewal ultimately is the continuation of care. So that I think was the initial basis. But again, being in the middle of a pandemic still, and it is troubling to say 2 years into it, I don't know if we're in the middle, on the back end, or where we are in the lifespan of a pandemic. It is something that the commission can and does retain the authority to direct or not the issuance of those waivers. So they are time bound, and we do have those that expire at the end of the month. I hope that was responsive to the question.
And just the last question is the commission looking to, as the recommendations we received an email today, to compile a data-driven metric around this?
Yes, I mean, the short answer is yes. I think the biggest question is the means by which to do it, the best means by which to do it. So what I can say is that the certification form, when we built the medical use of marijuana operating system and evolved it into what it is today, telehealth was not contemplated as even a question as far as the certification process, including the renewal process. And so those are ways I think we can build some mechanisms into our system. What I want to be really mindful of is obviously the cost of that and the time up to that. We also have the ability to survey patients and providers and gather some direct data. One of the things that we also monitor is compliance with the waiver process, ensuring that providers that are treating patients do in fact have a waiver on file with us, and making sure that, especially when it's been a bit choppy in its issuance, where these things expire, they must therefore be reissued, making sure that folks are able to continue. So our staff does a great job of following up and monitoring these things. But to your point, as far as data and ensuring that we have real direct access to that information, I guess much like I mentioned the social equity program participants earlier, I think we have the potential to survey and ask direct questions to patients and to providers to really try to gather some direct data that we can then share with the commission, so you may rely on it in setting your policies.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, just to be clear, so we can extend this. I know it expires at the end of June. We can extend it through the end of the year. Obviously, at any time, can I come back perhaps for that and rescind our vote or rescind our decision here? But I think it was important for you to point out that first time, visits, that initial visit is really a small subset of the actual patient population that we have. Do you have a sense of the number of new patients? And you don't have it right in front of you today, happy to have you share it when you have a chance, but just trying to get a sense of how many new patients are coming online, just say in the last 6 months.
Yeah, so I can give you an estimate, guesstimate. We can certainly pull the raw data and show a precise amount. So that is something we track with on a daily basis. And what is nice is the improvements that we've made to our back-end IT system hopefully are making that experience for patients and providers easier to navigate, but also allows us to collect better real-time live data. Folks may recall, including some commissioners, that the registration process historically was not simple. It was not. It was always, I think, an application process for sure, but it was manual on our end. So now it's a lot more automated. One of the reason I brought up the system earlier as well is there is no check the box on how the visit occurred, for instance. Was it through the use of telehealth or was it through an in-person visit? Because the regulations state, and therefore the system assumes that initial visit occurred in person, because that's what is in fact required. I would say on an average month, it's going to be hovering around 1,000, 1,500 or so patients that would come into the system. That's folks cycling off, maybe perhaps letting their patient certification lapse and then renewing, but anew, but also potentially, we did have massive spikes during the early days of COVID in the tens of thousands of range. But what we're seeing now is those folks renew as opposed to start a new application. So my best guesstimate, I guess I wouldn't take it to the bank necessarily, but it would be around 1,000, 1,500 per month. But I can get you more direct actual data.
Yeah, that's helpful.
So it sounds like there is an interest in extending. Well, so we're talking about the telehealth. So sounds like there's an interest in extending the telehealth. One aspect is for how long, and then a desire also to get some data. So, you know, the Massachusetts Patient Advocacy Alliance sent us a letter, and one of their points was we could extend until municipal outreach meetings are no longer web-based. I think that's probably tied to the public meeting laws, and then seeking some data-driven metrics. And then the other one is to extend until the commission itself is working in person at their headquarters in Worcester. And so my thought is, I am supportive of continuing. If 3 months was the practice, I'm willing to do the 3 months and then reconsider. Also open to 6 months, but just flag that 6 months would be December. So I don't believe that this group meets in December. So we would have to just remember to pick this up in November. And I'm sorry that the police are driving by, if you can hear that.
Madam Chair, to your point, I'm happy with extending this 6 months, again, taking into consideration your point about the past not having a December meeting and when we would need to reconsider it, and certainly inviting staff to come back to us at any point they would want to raise this topic again for discussion.
Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am in support of November. I would like to propose some friendly language to the motion that upon review in November, that the commission be provided a data-driven metric around telehealth at that time.
Mr. Collins, does that, is that something that's possible?
I want to say I hope so.
Okay.
I guess I'd want to work with commissioners around the information you would want or need in order to effectuate a decision. For instance, Commissioner Stebbins, I just went into our system and took a quick look, and I can share with you on a weekly basis. Last week, we had 414 new patient registrations. The week prior, 465. I can't tell you what percentage of those, whether it be some, most, all, or through telehealth, but that shares at least a sense of volume up and through last week at least. So those are metrics we have already, so it would not be difficult at all. What could be a challenge, but between now and then, being November, is developing a new data collection method, just given the limitations of technology, but realistically to the cost of some technology enhancements. So, but Commissioner Roy, I hear you. I guess I just want to work with commissioners in figuring out what information would be most relevant and useful before we go and start to collect a treasure trove of information relative to the patient experience. So, and I trust that patients would be more than happy to share their experiences with us as well.
Commissioner Carmago, it seemed like you were making a motion to say something. No? Yes, no?
Maybe. I'm just trying to figure out if we separate the two. I know Commissioner Roy is trying to add some of the language to the motion, and then Sean, I'm hearing what you're saying. So I just want to make sure that it doesn't like delay. Like, I think we come back in 6 months and review it. I just don't know about the data piece. I guess you said you have to speak to us. I don't know what we're looking for come 6 months from now.
So Commissioner Camargo, that was something that was in my mind as well. I mean, Commissioner Roy, how wedded are you to including in the motion a directive that the staff provide us with data before we vote again? Would you be okay? Because I don't, you know, I guess my concern is if it's specified in the motion, then I'm not sure how much flexibility we'll have for the staff to kind of provide the data, especially since this sounds like it's going to be an ongoing process. So my thought, and obviously I want to get your views on it, is to just have a motion to authorize extending until December 31st, 2022, the bulletin, and then authorizing the executive director to take all actions necessary to effectuate the vote. And, you know, obviously the understanding is going to be that staff will come back to us either hopefully at a, you know, maybe not next month, but the following month, and kind of talk through what data they're able to collect. Does that be sufficient?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, and I'm trying to be sensitive and responsive to the recommendations that we all received as commissioners this morning from the Patient Advocacy Group Alliance. And I'm okay with vague language to hopefully effectuate that data-driven metric. But the goal is, obviously, we just don't want to keep voting anecdotally, right? So the goal is, and I'm okay with the language, I guess it's more the sentiment than anything, is that ultimately we do want to see, you know, if this is being utilized, you know, to what degree. And I'm just trying to incorporate the recommendations that we did receive today. I'm listening and just trying to incorporate that. So I'm okay with the separating or the vague language, just if we can make an effort to effectuate that data-driven information, I guess, is my goal. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? Or, you know, I'm not going to profess to be the expert at crafting these motions, but, you know, obviously want to get the sentiments from other commissioners.
Are we clear?
So how about this? Let me just would articulate then the motion to be to authorize the executive director to extend until December 31st, 2022, the January 27th, oh, sorry. Yes, extend the January 27th, 2022 bulletin allowing telehealth consultation for patients and to take all actions necessary to effectuate this vote. So that would be, and if you want me to repeat it again because of the noise behind me, I'm happy to do so. So it'd just be, the vote is just to extend and then authorize the executive director to take whatever action he deems necessary to implement this vote.
It's clear.
Is that okay? I see all nods. Okay, so then let me just, for the record, say I would seek a motion to authorize the executive director to extend until December 31st, 2022, the January 27th, 2022 bulletin allowing telehealth consultations for patients and to take all actions necessary to effectuate this vote. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stebbins. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Roy. Are there any questions or comments, further concerns? Hearing none. On the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. The next item is on the curbside pickup operations. Mr. Collins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Relatedly, of course, consistent with the work the Commission has done throughout the pandemic, we did authorize the use of curbside pickup operation so long as the entity maintained an SOP as well as notified their municipality and that obviously the facility itself was able to facilitate curbside operations throughout the pandemic in different iterations. So it began as an MTC possibility while adult use was actually declared non-essential. We then added adult use to it when sales were able to begin again. And then recently the Commission, after the rescission of the public health emergency, authorized just MTCs to maintain their curbside operations. And that continues today, again, extended through the end of this month. And so again, that question is now reemerged before the Commission. So there's a few comments I'd like to offer to you. And obviously, I think some consistency between these things makes a lot of sense. The first is there's about 31 MTCs that are offering this today. So it is still being utilized by industry, but not all. It is not something that adult use may offer today. So all of those operations should have ceased. And obviously our investigators and staff, when they're in the field, are in fact confirming that. What this is essentially treating the curb or the parking lot as an extension of the sales floor. So all of the requirements that would exist on a sales floor are maintained on the curbside. What it does, though, is obviously limit or mitigate the risk, especially to a patient, as well as the staff that are working in these facilities for that those interactions. And whether it be entering a facility, entering a confined space, it does allow for that to be facilitated, hopefully in a safer and perhaps a more convenient way to access medicine. What this is not, therefore, though, is a drive-through operation. It's also not a permanent allowance, given that it is not something that's authorized explicitly through regulation. And so it does seem to be that some facilities are maintaining this service through an SOP, of course, and that patients are in fact utilizing it. I don't have any data as to what volume of orders, for instance, are being filled through curbside operations. I have seen as well, though, anecdotally, a pretty significant proliferation of things like mobile ordering and allowing for that to become just a more convenient process, such that, and this is true on the adult use side as well, that individuals, consumers or patients are required to spend less time in a facility. Now, of course, we do want to encourage, especially if a consumer or a patient has questions, wants to learn about products, that they have that ability to engage with a bud tender or a patient advisor so that they may understand the product or the medicine that they're procuring. At the same time, if they do know what they want, what they need, facilitating that access and that ready access is obviously both a convenience and a safety consideration. So again, I guess my recommendation would be to preserve the consistency between these two offerings, both telehealth and curbside. Thus, it would be a recommendation for the 6-month extension.
Any questions or comments from commissioners? Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do look at both of these topics just a little bit differently, but Mr. Executive Director, since the onset of the pandemic and some of the emergency steps that we've taken, including maintaining this one, obviously we've seen the emergence of home delivery options available for patients and adult use. Do you have any thoughts on where the introduction or where the availability of home delivery might cause us at least to, again, consider this extension? I mean, is there, from your information, is delivery available? consistently? Is delivery available in, thoroughly throughout all parts of the state? Again, this might be just some information that we need to kind of dig into if we decide to go along with the with an extension here as well. But welcome your thoughts on this.
Sure, thank you, Commissioner. It is something that I do recall. It might have coincided with the decision at the commission level to extend curbside for patients, but not for adult use, was the emergence and introduction of adult use delivery into the marketplace. Now, granted, not in a statewide basis, it's still growing. I think earlier we discussed there's 10 or so operational. So operations are serving a statewide geographic dynamic. That said, by nature of an MTC's license, they do have the ability to deliver product to patients. Now, some of them do. Some have expanded it during the course of COVID, especially around we're adding a small fleet of vehicles. We want to put them in service today, so please come inspect them. So that did create a little bit of reviewing their SOPs relative to what those deliveries would look like. So readily available to everybody, and there may be some geographic concerns around that, because sometimes they have the ability to deliver. A lot of them keep it to a certain radius, and also they amount, which obviously does put in place perhaps a barrier for a patient that may be seeking a small amount of medicine versus a sizable or expensive amount of medicine. So I think curbside could be a complement in some ways to delivery, but I think delivery itself is a separate question altogether, of course, but I'm not convinced that patients are readily served today by medical delivery. And so obviously we want to make sure they're able to do that. And I should note too, our regulations between medical and adult use delivery are very similar as to 2 agents in the vehicle. The one distinction, of course, is the body cameras on the adult use side versus the patient side, ensuring patient privacy.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions, comments for Mr. Collins? Mr. Concepcion?
Thank you. I have a few comments, and thank you, Commissioner Stebbins, for your comments and questions as well. I think at the core, we're trying to evaluate if like those exigent circumstances that created this in the first place are still in existence. And I also wanted to just make a note, and I know our ED will also say this as well, is that delivery for medical patients was in existence prior to the delivery licenses that we have in place under courier and operator as well. So that's been something that's been consistent within the industry. But I think at the core, I just wanted to, and it's a very broad question, so it's just to you, Sean, just are those circumstances that created this waiver in the first place still in existence?
Commissioner, you're right. That is a big question. I think that's the living with grave concerns relative to COVID. And I think we need to consider that. I know that I guess you as a policymaker need to consider that. But I think we're serving a patient population that may themselves have immunocompromised people that are immunocompromised. They may be a caregiver for someone that is immunocompromised, or also folks living with small children that have not yet been vaccinated. So there are circumstances that I think we just have to consider that we may not live ourselves, but it's tough to make I guess, therefore, in your position, to make a statewide policy that impacts or affects or has an implication for subsets of people. So I would say for some people, the concerns we had in 2020, early 2020, are still real today, despite the fact that society may be emerging. And so I think that's where we need to be mindful and considerate, including, and I kind of pivoting a little bit here, including how we operate as an employer as well. So those are things that weigh on me as I contemplate matters like this and try to make good recommendations to you.
Thank you, Sean. That's all very valid points. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? From my vantage point, Sean or Mr. Collins, all of your comments about, folks who are patients who are living an experience that where they are at increased risks to COVID, either themselves or people in their household. And, but at the same time, I realize that I realize it's highly unlikely that COVID will absolutely go away. And at some point, we need to figure out how we're going to live with this. And so with all of those in mind, I am supportive of extending this, but kind of similar to the earlier bulletin, would extend for 6 months and reconsider, and perhaps at that point or even earlier if necessary. And so in that way, balance out the needs of patients and their families as we all try to navigate COVID and either figure out how to live with it better, or maybe it will all go away, which I doubt that will happen, but in any event. So
I think thinking that through, the commission, I think, particularly to make medicine as accessible as possible, but in as safe a manner as possible. And so if any patient across the Commonwealth is worried about access to medicine, one is we have folks at the agency that can be helpful. So call us, please call us. Secondly, I'll put in place. I'm sorry, our agent. Our patient registration process should be as efficient as possible with minimal interaction. In fact, it should almost be automated for people today. We've eliminated fees for folks to access the medical use of marijuana program. That does not speak to the patient or the provider visit. If you are uncomfortable going into a facility, you may also register a caregiver. We've expanded the ability of caregivers to serve up to 5 patients. We've also authorized curbside pickup. We've done, I think, a lot of things to make medicine possible. But if someone feels we could do, or that they're having difficulty navigating that system, all I can say is please call us.
any other questions or comments, proposals? Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Executive Director, you mentioned the 31 MTCs that are currently providing curbside. Do all of the MTCs have delivery service, or do we know what percentage of the MTCs do provide delivery to patients?
I can, Commissioner Roy, I can tell you that not all offer, excuse me, delivery. I would be reluctant to get. Suffice to say, I don't think it's even a majority that would. And I often do my best to anticipate what information you might want, but I will recognize SOPs that we might have or inspections that we've done. I think we may have just access to ready information that we could cull. So I will get back to you with the answer, but I guess certainly not all, and I would say less than half probably.
Okay, that's important. Thank you very much.
So it seems like the will of the board is to extend this as well for another, or at least until December 31st. And in the interim, sounds like Mr. Data for us.
Always.
Okay. All right, so then in light of that, I would seek a motion to authorize the executive director to extend until December 31st, 2022, the January 28th, 2022 administrative order allowing curbside operations for medical marijuana treatment centers and to take all actions necessary to effectuate this vote. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is staff's recommendation concerning current guidance notifying of healthcare providers. Mr. Collins, I assume you're presenting on this?
I'm happy to, sure. Month, the last commission meeting, I announced to you that we were planning on modifying the process by which providers can certify and be authorized to certify with the medical use of marijuana program. I often remark that we are a digital agency. And then, of course, had to quickly correct myself and acknowledge that the provider experience historically had been to submit a paper application to the commission. As part of our housekeeping process, there is a guidance document that's available to certifying healthcare providers. It is on our website, and it encourages providers to fill out the form, fill it out, sign it, execute it, wet signature, turn it into a PDF, mail it to our office, and wait to hear from us. And so we do not to providers, given that that is no longer. This is purely a housekeeping measure. That said, it was guidance issued by the commission, updated by the commission. And so we do seek your approval and your directive, and I guess actually your formal rescission of that guidance. What I do want to clarify is that we will be back before you in short order with updated information on how helping providers navigate that process. Because as we know, an application alone does not help somebody fill it out. So we do want to offer some guidance onto what we're looking for and how they can most successfully navigate that process. So step one is to ask for your approval. We will archive it, of course, but we do not want it to be an active guidance on our website and thereby potentially mislead a provider seeking to join the medical use of marijuana program.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I would seek a motion to approve the recommendation to rescind the guidance for healthcare providers regarding the medical use of marijuana and to authorize the executive director to take all actions necessary to effectuate this vote. Is there a motion? Motion by Commissioner Camargo. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stebbins. Any final questions or comments regarding this issue? Vote. Commissioner Camargo.
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Our next topic is the Memorandum of Understanding between the Commission and the NAGE Cannabis Bargaining Unit, which will be discussed in executive session. So before I seek a motion to enter into executive session, Mr. Collins, is there anything that you wanted to bring up?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, great. Then pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 1A3, I seek a motion to enter executive session to discuss the Commission's collective bargaining strategy associated with the cannabis association, or government employee, the disclosure of which during the open portion of the meeting would have a detrimental effect on the commission exempted from disclosure under Mass General Laws, Chapter 4, Section 7, subsection 26. The commission will reconvene in open session at the conclusion of the executive session. Is there a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Stebbins. Any questions or comments? Here, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins. I let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Now we will transition into executive session. If you are an authorized participant, you will have received a separate Teams link for the executive session. And in addition to the commissioners, Executive Director Collins, Deputy General Counsel Nguyen, Chief People Officer White, Chief of Inspections and Enforcement GB, Associate General Counsel Smith, Legal Assistant Rodriguez, and the agency's outside counsel will participate in the executive session. Well, I think we leave this and then go to the other link. Okay, great. Thank you. Hey, welcome back. I lost Commissioner Roy. Oh, here she is.
I couldn't find my link. Disappeared on me.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you to the 76 attendees who held on during the executive to the open session. And following the executive session, we have two motions. The first one is that I would seek a motion that the commission ratify a memorandum of understanding between the commission and the Cannabis Bargaining Unit of the National Association of Government Employees for a successor agreement effective July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2023, which incorporates by reference the collective bargaining agreement, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and NAGE Unit 6, and to authorize the executive necessary to effectuate this vote. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Roy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carmago. Any questions or comments? All right, hearing none. On the motion that has a roll call vote, Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. And next, I would seek a motion that the commission ratify a memorandum of agreement between the commission and NAGE's Cannabis Bargaining Unit for services rendered during the COVID-19 emergency, and to authorize the executive director to take all actions necessary to effectuate this vote. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Concepcion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Roy. Thank you. Any discussion, questions, or comments by the commissioners? Hearing none on the motion that has been seconded, I will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Carmago.
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So let the record show that the motion was approved unanimously. Thank you. Any new business not anticipated at the time the agenda was posted on Tuesday? Sounds like none. For folks who are still on and interested, our next meeting date will be July 14th, Bastille Day. And I guess if there's nothing more, I would seek a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Incredible
Sure.
reference, by the way, Chairwoman.
Pulling that out of nowhere. It's also my sister's birthday. So, okay, we have a motion to adjourn, Commissioner Carmago, and is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Concepcion. Questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call vote, Commissioner Carmago,
Aye.
Commissioner Concepcion,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you. Thank you for a great meeting. And see you all next month.
Bye,
Nice
everyone.
job. Nice job.
Bye.
Thank you all.